Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Вибачте за затримку, ми розпочнемо через 2 хвилини.
Good morning. We are going to start in 2 minutes. Sorry for the delay. Я не... Distinguished guests, ambassadors, participants of today's event, good afternoon. My name is Polina Lysenko. I'm Deputy Director of the NABU and a member of the Working Group for Approximation of Membership in the OECD Working Group on Combating Bribery International Business Transactions. Today's event is a kind of summary of our 2 years' work and determining the immediate prospects, what we need to do to apply for membership. I remember how in spring 2022, when Russian troops lost the battle for Kyiv, pulled back, and we had our first meeting, our first conversation with our colleague from OECD. And back then, we said we wanted to join the working group. And I want to say that there was quite a skepticism that we saw. They said, maybe you need to think over that, it's not on the agenda, you have other priorities, war is going on, but we managed to prove that fighting an external enemy doesn't stop us from fighting the internal enemy, the corruption, and bringing our membership in the OECD and EU closer. I want to make a small digression here. I want to thank our soldiers, thanks to whom we're here today in this fantastic room with a fantastic audience, and we can talk about our plans for the future. Our event will consist of 3 parts: the welcoming remarks and 2 panel discussions. There will be a 30-minute break between them where we can network. So let's start. When we asked Ruslan Alexeyevich to join our event, I said that for us he is the central person without whom we can't imagine our event, because back in December 2022 he joined the beginning of our work when we were discussing the liability of legal persons, and now we are working with the members of parliament, with the committee for law enforcement, and our delegation was represented in June under the lead of Mr. Korodenko at the reporting session in Paris. So the cooperation with the members of parliament is decisive for us now. And here I need to stop because I can talk for hours about Ruslan. I am his fan since I was a student. So Ruslan Alexeyevich, please, the floor is yours. Polina, it's really scary for me to come up here. I didn't deserve these compliments, but thank you very much. I see this is a compliment for the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, rather, because jointly with our colleagues we can move on. And especially since the full-scale invasion, we are doing it really effectively. I want to welcome you, Mr. Robinson, distinguished Your Excellency, your first deputy, and the chairman of the Supreme Court, Your Excellencies, colleagues, and guests of this event. First of all, I want to thank you for this fantastic opportunity to speak to you today, because this event is not only about our membership, our progress toward the membership in the OECD. I think today, amid the war, the government is interested better than ever that the business could operate transparently, develop, and could pay taxes, because taxes is the foundation on the basis of which we can keep our armed forces in Ukraine in good force, our defense forces, and forge our joint victory. This is the economic foundation of our further victory. You probably know that the Ukrainian parliament has made a lot of actions towards the law enforcement of criminal liability. For, in particular, we launched the Bureau for Economic Security this year, and we are going to move on fast. Now we are going to relaunch the Customs House. You know that we have representatives of the Customs House in the audience today, and this draft law is going to be considered very soon in the Parliament. We had a lot of discussions, but I think we managed to find this fantastic formula that could ensure the transparency of the customs in Ukraine, make it transparent. Because normally corruption is associated with the kind of government and position of power, but I think it's not fair because sometimes we forget that there is a lot in private area as well, and liability of legal persons and now the measures that we have today are not that effective. Let's think about it. Over the time of the existence of this institution, over 10 years, only several indictments have been passed, just a few. And it's obvious that we need to change the conceptual approaches to provide the appropriate legislation for this activity. The Anti-Bribery Convention entered into force in 1999, and this convention obliged its signatories to introduce criminal legislation as an offence of foreign bribery, establish liability of legal persons for foreign bribery, introduce effective proportionate sanctions. You probably know that since recently the Parliament of Ukraine, as has been said, has been active and working closely with OECD, including the accession to the convention, and its provisions are in line with the our strategy designed until 2025. We created a working group led by Mr. Korniyenko and the appropriate committees of the Verkhovna Rada. They have signed the draft laws 10.319, 11.443, and the first one is being prepared for the first reading. As to the draft law 11.443, there is a concept of autonomous criminal liability of legal persons which is offered. I believe there are going to be a lot of challenges over this period that we can face, because it will dramatically change the application, employment of the criminal liability of legal persons. And I really urge the when committee, I see it is represented here in full. I also urge the experts of the OECD private sector to join efforts and cooperate to prepare the draft law that should be prepared for the adoption. The draft law must be in line with the criteria of accession to the OECD Convention. It should not have any dead norms that cannot be implemented possibly, and I hope that we can adopt this law and by the end of the year, because it is necessary for our accession to the OECD the convention, and that's important for our negotiations with the EU as well. So we do not have the right to fail. We do not have the right not to use this chance, because this history never gives you excuses if you didn't took your chance. So I want to thank Mr. Robinson, Madam Ambassador, for your support on this really difficult yet important issue for Ukraine, for its reform. Thank you for your attention, and glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Ruslan Oleksievich. Our project, since its inception in summer 2022, has been supported by our strategic partners, the US Embassy and the INL Law Enforcement Division. The whole team of INL, who have been our big partner, our friend and our expert, they are always next to us. They're always prepared to help us as experts to develop the NABU and the anti-corruption infrastructure. So it's a big honor for me to give the floor to Ms. Ambassador of the United States to Ukraine, Ms. Bridget Brink.
Доброго ранку. Thanks, everyone. It's so great to be with you today. I want to say my special thanks to the speaker, I'm a big fan as well. Thank you very much for everything that you are doing. Also to colleagues from the anti-corruption institutions who are here, the heads and deputy heads of parliament who are working in the committees, members of government from the Supreme Court and the justice sector, and of course my wonderful colleagues from G7 and other embassies. It really shows that this effort, this enormous effort that Ukraine is undertaking, requires joint effort and support from all of us. So thanks for being here. I know this specific topic of our gathering is about the OECD, but I wanted to step back just for a minute to say, I see this as about the hopes and the dreams of the Ukrainian people and our support to that. Because fighting corruption and supporting reform is really about helping to ensure that the defenders, the heroes on the front lines, are supported with money that comes in from various aspects of the state. To fight corruption means to support the frontline defenders. It also, very importantly, means to attract the private investment that Ukraine's going to need for its recovery. And that's now a significant amount of money, hundreds of billions of dollars. And fighting corruption helps to create the enabling environment for that. But finally, it means also moving toward Europe and NATO. And that's something we also strongly support from the United States. And meeting these international standards in these ways is also a really important part of achieving this. So it's really, to me, simply supporting reform and anti-corruption efforts is about supporting the dreams and the aspirations of the people of Ukraine. And that is a fundamental part of why we are here. And I'm so proud to have my partner in this, Todd Robinson from the State Department, who is helping in all of these ways. I want to just also comment and applaud all of the progress that's been done to date. I mean, obviously, Ukraine is fighting for its existential existence right now, and that is a fight that's encompassing every single person in this country and all of us. But in the midst of that, the Ukrainian government, parliament, and people have achieved an enormous amount, including on these reforms. And I just want to recall what's been achieved so far. Asset declarations for public servants. This is a very important step to show transparency for public servants, and something we all also have to do as part of our own jobs. Putting heads in place of the anti-corruption institutions. When I arrived in May of 2022, there weren't heads in place of the three main anti-corruption institutions, and now there are. And I thank everyone, and those folks in particular who are taking on these jobs for leading this effort in terms of fighting corruption. And many other things, including digitizing government services. This, to me, is one of the most exciting things that Ukraine is doing, not just because it's changing Ukraine, and it is, but it has the potential to affect and change us and other countries that can also benefit from some of the lessons and the ways in which Ukraine is leading in efforts, including on these efforts to fight corruption, that can lead the rest of the world. So they're really important steps. Obviously, they mean a lot because they've given Ukraine the chance, and the EU made the invitation to start accession negotiations, and that is an enormous step forward. And we want to support and help that step further along as fast as possible. And then I just maybe come back to today. This particular event, I know we're just recognizing and applauding Ukraine's status as a participant in the working group on bribery. This is something that we, and through Todd Robinson and through my team at the embassy, have supported very much. As I understand, it's already had a good impact on improving some of the institutional and enforcement capacities of the anti-corruption institutions. We want to support you to full membership, and we think this will help you along this path toward full meeting of international criteria in these areas. I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, and to all of you, the United States is firmly behind Ukraine's effort in this regard, and we're going to stay behind you. I know it's very difficult, but we're going to do it with all of the partnership and ingenuity and support we can muster. And with that, I just want to say to Assistant Secretary Robinson, who has been a partner of mine since I came out to post, we work very closely together. I'm very proud of how far Ukraine has come with our support. And I just want to thank you personally for being here and your personal efforts in this regard, and welcome you. Thank you. Assistant Secretary Robinson. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Speaker Stefanchuk, Ambassador Brink. This event was so important that I had to borrow clothes to be here because my luggage was lost. It's a privilege to stand before you today as Ukraine takes bold steps on its journey to join the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention. We believe these steps will continue Ukraine's move into the vanguard of transparency, accountability, and the rule of law inch by inch, and with challenges to overcome along the way. Ukraine has made remarkable progress in its fight against corruption. The expansion of the high anti-corruption court judges and National Anti-Corruption Bureau staff, indictments of high-profile government officials, legislation passed to require asset declarations and establish the independence of specialized anti-corruption prosecutor's office are just a few testaments to Ukraine's commitment to justice and transparency. These initiatives are messages to the world that Ukraine is serious about building a society in which rule of law reigns supreme. But the work doesn't stop here. Just as every country must continue to remain vigilant to corruption, Ukraine must continue to hold people, companies, and other entities accountable for corruption-related offenses. Progress demands persistence, and in partnership with the OECD Working Group on Bribery, we must push even further. The Rada has already made significant strides with the recent tax code amendments. Now, it is crucial to keep this momentum going, aligning laws and practices with the OECD's Anti-Bribery Convention as the December evaluation approaches. Your ongoing efforts to strengthen the capabilities of your anti-corruption institutions have the potential to set new standards for tackling foreign bribery in Ukraine and provide insightful lessons for others facing similar challenges. I know that addressing corruption is top priority for the people of Ukraine, and the United States is proud to stand with you. President Biden has made the fight against corruption a top priority of his administration, including issuing the first ever executive order on U.S. efforts to combat corruption in 2021. It is also a top priority for the State Department's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, INL, and we stand ready to offer technical assistance and training as you move forward toward accession. The process of joining the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention is not just a milestone, it's a gateway to stronger democratic institutions, greater economic opportunities, and the ultimate goal of full European integration, including Ukraine's European Union membership. Joining the convention will significantly help Ukraine attract more foreign investment by improving its reputation for transparency and good governance. It aligns the country with global business standards, creating a more stable and trustworthy investment environment. Let me close by affirming our unwavering support for Ukraine's quest for OECD membership and the Anti-Bribery Convention. Together, we will build a future where transparency and justice are the bedrock of Ukrainian society. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
in order to implement requirements of the Convention, which norms are considered as the highest anti-corruption standards, bring us closer to the EU membership. That's why now, and I hope that she's still online, I would like to present our next speaker, who is online with us today. Actually, everything is interconnected in our lives, because specifically today, negotiations with the EU start on the Section 23 on negotiations regarding accession to the European Union. And actually, Madam Olga Stefanishina already needs to leave us to go there for those negotiations. But for us, it's a great honor that you found some time to join our event and bring this bridge between our work and your integration aspirations of Ukraine. And also, I would like to mention that Madam Stefanishina has always supported the work of our working group as a Vice Prime Minister for European integration. And we do really hope that as in the role of the Minister of Justice in her new role, she will support our endeavors. Now, the floor is yours, Madam Stefanishina.
Дякую, пані Поліна, шановні.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Polina. Thank you, dear participants, dear guests. Yes, indeed, I think that the key issues have already been mentioned, but I would like to pay your attention that specifically after the Revolution of Dignity, international conventions, international tools, UN tools on anti-corruption and EU tools became such a baseline, such a platform which allowed Ukraine quickly and efficiently develop legislation and implement it already now, not only in terms of the anti-corruption dimension and activities of the anti-corruption bodies, but and also the law on prevention of corruption, but also in terms of implementation of the sectoral policies, ratification of international commitments by Ukraine and commitments of the Parliament.
Після перемоги Революції Гідності стала наміром нашої держави.
Became our aspiration of our state immediately after the Revolution of Dignity in the dimension of decisive steps. We do not forget about it. And at that time, I have worked in the Ministry of Justice. Now I am back here in my role of the minister. And, I would like to say that it was and it's still now the priority number one at our work. And I'm happy to pay your attention that, yes, our movement on the path to join this working group and at large in terms of the full-fledged participation in this group in the context of the Anti-Bribery Convention of the OECD became already a good impetus for the development of the normative base. In the Parliament, we have already a relevant draft law on peculiarities of responsibility of legal entities. Speaker of Ukrainian Parliament has already mentioned it. There are several draft laws which have been developed together with our international partners. Now they are under consideration in our Ukrainian Parliament. As the Minister of Justice, I have considered those draft laws as a priorities for our legislative work with the Parliament till the end of the year. So we have also support of our parliamentary colleagues who are ready to work on the solutions and adopt draft law. As Polina has mentioned today, just today we have the start of the first round of negotiations between Ukraine and the EU in terms of the future accession of Ukraine to the EU. And the key line of this negotiation process was the fundamental rights and the rule of law. So today, the delegation which is going to participate in this negotiation process for 3 days. This team consists of more than 300 persons. 40 out of those 300 are physically here with me in Brussels. It means that we have what to tell about, even despite of the fact of the conditions of the full-scale war in Ukraine. We have the system of fully functioning state institutions, both in the anti-corruption dimension, in the judiciary sector, and in terms of implementation implementation of the high number of laws and the anti-oligarch reforms. We have so many changes ahead, but now we have an anti-corruption strategy which becomes a platform for work of all state institutions. Today, together with us, the NACP head is going to work with us. We will present the outcomes of implementation of the strategy. Dear colleagues, I would like to ensure you that the Ministry of Justice will keep being a reliable partner in implementation of policies in the domains of integrity and as well as prevention and fighting against corruption. We will be a reliable shelter for our anti-corruption authorities and also insert support for the Ukrainian parliament in terms of implementation of the best international practices. From my side, I would like to call our international partners to support the full-fledged accession of Ukraine into the working group, because for us it's an important indicator of the transformative changes, which also will become, I'm sure, one more element, positive element of positive developments which are today presented by Ukraine in Brussels and which will be evaluated by all state members of the European Union and even other states far beyond Atlantic. Thank you for your work. Thank you, dear Olga. And NABU actually consists of 260 participants which are online. So tomorrow we will join you as scheduled. So our work could have not happened if in summer 2022 the president has not approved the decree, the working group, which actually showed the highest political support from the leadership of our states. That's why now I would like to ask our technical specialists to have video of our head of our working group to welcome our meeting. Dear Mr. Robinson, dear Speaker of the Верховна Рада, dear guests, I'm so happy to see all of you here. I would like to start my presentation with the start, actually, how we have started. And the year 2022 became the year of challenges over us. The Russian aggression against Ukraine became a challenge for each of us. But Ukraine withstood thanks to the unity and bravery of our people. The aggression of the Russian Federation became also a challenge for the whole world, which needed to be able to respond to such challenges quickly and efficiently. And here we would like to thank you to our partners, because without them, and specifically without support of the United States of America, it would be much harder to overcome aggression of the aggressor state. Also, the year 22, surprisingly in all circumstances, also became a year of opportunities. Ukraine sent requests to join the European Union and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which actually we could not even think about before. Our friends and partners in these organizations have supported us opening our way towards accession. Now we have the status of a candidate to the EU. We are starting our negotiations on membership, and in the OECD we have the status of a prospective member, and we have a clear route in the form of the OECD program for Ukraine, which actually indicates the way to the opening of negotiations on membership. Since then, Ukraine has been able to mobilize resources for internal reforms aimed at implementing EU law, OECD norms and standards. Our way towards memberships in the EU and OECD allows us to modernize our country, as well as guarantee equal rights and opportunities for all. In view of this, in July 2022, the President of Ukraine has established a working group on accession to the OECD Working Group on Bribery. And in August of the same year, the government submitted an application to the OECD to obtain the member status. In August 2022, we held the first public discussion of our intentions at an event attended by the Secretary General of the OECD and the Prime Minister of Ukraine. When we started work in our working group, we understood that we had a big and difficult task in front of us. To be honest, it even turned to be a bit more complicated than it seemed at that time. However, it didn't stop us. During these 2 years, the working group and its secretariat, formed under auspices of the NABU, carried out a titanic work. Two concepts of the reform of responsibility of legal entities were developed and presented. Together with members of parliament were developed and submitted for consideration of the Verkhovna Rada bills of the responsibility of legal entities, as well as on prohibition of evasion on taxation of unlawful gains. More than 50 meetings, official sessions and focus groups were held on the development and finalization of amendments to the legislation. For development and consideration of those draft laws, non-government organizations and task forces, businesses, academia, as well as foreign experts were involved. 6 public events were held or took part where the issue of accessing the Anti-Corruption Convention was specifically highlighted. Also, we participated in 8 meetings of the OECD Working Group on Bribery, where 3 interim reports on the progress of Ukraine on joining to the convention were presented. I would like to thank to the Secretariat of the Working Group for organizing this work, as well as the Unit for International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs for their support. Now, also, I would like to thank to all authorities, the Ministry of Justice, NABU and SAPO, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the State Financial Monitoring and State Audit Service. Now we are at the finish line. The end of the 2-year period defined by the OECD is almost here, during which we needed to make amendments to the legislation to comply with the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention. We all need to mobilize our resources so that the amendments to legislation are approved by the end of this year. Therefore, I would like to address the representatives of the Parliament who are present today with a request and call to do everything which depends from them for the success of our future application and accession to join the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention for the success of our country. I hope that in December, during the plenary session of the OECD Working Group, at which the final 4th report on the progress of our reforms is expected, our delegation will be able to inform the representatives of 44 countries that the key reforms have been completed and that Ukraine will submit its official request, official application to the OECD by February 2025 on joining the convention, becoming a member of the working group. To wrap up, I would like to mention that despite of this terrible war, today Ukraine is implementing unprecedented reforms, and the president of Ukraine is a leader of fighting corruption on all levels. I'm thankful to all of you for your attention. Ukraine will definitely win. Glory to Ukraine. And of course, completing our first part, welcoming words. So our first part would not be complete if we do not have acting chair of the OECD Working Group on Bribery presenting here, Mr. Chris Bersursky. Actually, Chris was one of the first whom we met when we arrived to Paris. He's so, strict, but I don't know. Do we have Chris with us? So he's very, very strict, but he's very fair. He's always in touch with his advices, with his recommendations. And when we have any issues, we always know that Chris is a huge friend of Ukraine, that he will always help to solve them. Chris, over to you.
Thank you very, very much for those warm words of welcome. And yes, I'm proud to be able to say that I've been a friend of the Ukrainian efforts to accede to the convention over the last few years. But first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to address you all today on this important event to discuss the road to full accession to the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention and the Working Group on Bribery, which I've got the honour of currently of being the acting chair of. And when Ukraine first approached the working group, I was at the time the head of the UK delegation to the working group, and I think I'd like to echo some of the comments I heard earlier this morning. I said I was surprised at the approach, because I understood that Ukraine was in a fight for its very survival, and had its eyes turned also to some of the larger and most important of the multilateral institutions, including the European Union and NATO, to join. So that when the Ukrainian officials came to us and said we would also like to join the working group, I was surprised, was incredibly proud of the recognition that the working group was a part of a much bigger journey, a much bigger project, which is to stamp out corruption and to gain all the benefits from working as individuals, as nations, as organisations committed to integrity for all our mutual benefits. And so I've always been very proud to support the journey that Ukraine has been on, and I've been really impressed by some of the progress that I've seen over the past couple of years. And it's also helped us domestically in our own nations to be able to reinforce the fight against corruption. If here is a country who is facing a very fight for its survival, is looking to implement important efforts to tackle corruption, then we also need to be steadfast in our approach too. And there's two things I would like to mention here from the way it was reflected in UK circles. Although I do speak as the acting chair, I was before that the head of the UK delegation, and so I have the insight into our views there. First of all, your work has helped us refocus some of the causal links of corruption. We often talked about corruption being a threat to national security, but that was really considered to be very close to home at our border, perhaps. But we really started to look at it in a new way as a threat to global stability, and see that without corruption, many of the global and regional conflicts that we see simply may not exist. So that was the first thing that we really learned from these efforts. And the second one is something that one of our previous ministers said to me personally, when he said that not only does Ukraine need to win the war, it also then will need to win the peace. And tackling corruption is essential to that. And the OECD Working Group on Bribery Accession is a vital link and stepping stone towards doing that. In the same conversation, he also commended some of the work that he had seen and been aware of that was happening in Ukraine, and was particularly keen for us in the UK to replicate some of that, particularly around the digitalisation of some of the anti-corruption efforts. So there was a lot of support, not only for the efforts, but admiration, and in some way wanting us to replicate some of the work that you would be doing. Now, having said all that, the accession to the Working Group on Bribery is not an easy one. You'll be aware that it's a 2-year journey. So from the moment a country receives the participation status, there's 2 years to satisfy the criteria for accession. And by satisfying the criteria, this means persuading the 46 member countries by consensus that a country is ready to accede. And there's 2 limbs to this. The first is to establish that there is a mutual beneficial interest to both the working group and to the accession country. I personally believe that will be a fairly straightforward criteria to satisfy, but the more difficult ones are in the second limb, which is around the technical requirements on having the right legislative framework. And this is around the criminalisation of foreign bribery, the tax deductible, disallowing tax deductibility of bribes, and around corporate criminal liability, which I know that the Ukrainian officials have been working towards. And I've really enjoyed over the past 2 years or so having the regular updates from what I think is an incredibly committed, passionate, and impressive delegation to our working group, who have come and kept us informed on the journeys, have proposed innovative solutions that haven't always worked, but the efforts and the thought behind it has always been impressive. And I particularly had the pleasure of meeting the delegation from Ukraine, the parliamentary delegation, the ministerial delegation in June when they came over to Paris and addressed the group. And a particular, I enjoyed meeting the really senior representatives of the Parliament who will make a lot of the difference between now and the final step in the journey. I appreciate the journey is a difficult one, but this is a journey that many of the countries go through, and I also know it's a journey that's worth going on. Joining the working group on bribery is difficult but worth it, in my opinion. And if nothing else, it is also a signal to the rest of the world that Ukraine is wanting to firmly put any issues it had around corruption behind it, be one of the leading nations in trying to tackle it. But it will also help you in your journey with other multilateral institutions. For example, I'm sure it would help convince the European Union member states that Ukraine is changing its legal and enforcement frameworks in the right direction, which will help as part of the accession process to the EU as well. So this is all mutually beneficial across the way. Now, I'm about to end my time with the working group. I'm the acting chair. We have chosen our new permanent independent chair, and I will hand over to her next month. And so sadly, I won't probably be around at the end of the year to watch the last step in this journey, but I will be following with great interest from afar. But I will be able to say this, though: while there is a lot of sympathy and a lot of support for Ukraine in the room at the working group on bribery, one of the strengths of the group is our steadfastness to leave our emotions, our political views, our diplomatic views at the door, and what we discuss in the room is technical. So the discussions around Ukraine's accession will be a technical decision, and we will the group will look at the progress made, the legislative framework from a technical perspective, and make a decision based upon that. Now, that's not something to be concerned about. In fact, I know the delegation there have been working very strong towards that, and it'll be a step that they're aware of and they will follow. But this is just a word of caution that our sympathy and support for Ukraine as a nation, particularly in this trying times, isn't an automatic gateway to the working group, and nor should it be, because there would be nothing worse for both the working group and for Ukraine if accession was granted for when some of the requirements haven't been met and therefore we're not ready. It wouldn't work as well. Whereas if you join, or when you join, with all the criteria having been satisfied, you'll be in a much stronger position to enjoy all the benefits, but also the challenges of actually being a full member and taking part in the mutual peer evaluation, but also the mutual peer learning and support that comes with it, which I think is a vital part of the work we do. Right, so I will be looking forward to watching it from afar, but I will urge you to do all you can, and particularly for the parliamentarians today who are at this event, to understand what's needed, what's required, but also the benefits that will come with this. And I really hope to be hearing, perhaps from afar, that Ukraine has submitted its final application to join and will be granted the full accession in due course. So as I say, I will soon be standing down from the working group, but I leave you with all my best wishes, my hopes for you to succeed, both in the journey to accession, but of course in the much broader fight against aggression and the horrific invasion that you are suffering right now. And I hope that you are all safe and secure and will remain steadfast in this journey towards accession. So thank you very much for inviting me to speak. Good luck, and Slava Ukraini.
Дякую дуже, Крісе.
Thank you, Chris, very much indeed. Now we have a small exercise that we planned today. If you don't mind, we want to make a family picture, and then we will move on to the first panel discussion.
Де наш фотограф? Микита?
We will continue our panel discussion. We don't have time for this break. Yes, we've got 1 minute.
Зараз онлайн-комітет. Я буду тут. Так. Я нікуди не тікаю.
Have you met
Mi chiamo Vlad. Sono tifoso di Roma. No, giallorossi. No, Roma.
Так. Шановні колеги,
Distinguished colleagues from NABU, please take your seats.
ті, хто позаду, ті можуть пересуватися на ближче до...
You can scooch to the front seats.
Шановний голово Верховного суду.
Chief Judge of the Supreme Court, please take your seat. Thank you for being with us.
Шановні колеги, ми вже можемо переходити до першого.
We can move on to our first panel, but before we do it and
Перейдемо до обговорення по суті.
before
Я би
I
хотіла
invite
дуже
the
швидко
panelists to talk
пройтися по тому, що дає
about
нам
this topic on the
статус
minute, I
учасника.
want to talk to you briefly about what are the benefits of the membership in the OECD and what would give us the status of the membership in the convention. It will help us to establish communication channels with the EU Commission members and the access for the law enforcement officers, as well as the access to all the meetings of the working group, but we don't have the voting right right now. What we will gain from the membership? Well, firstly, we will have to abide by the requirements, and that will give us the access to the confidential in-camera meetings that discuss specific criminal offences and cooperation between countries as to those criminal offences. We will also have a chance to access to this matrix of cases that store information about possible offences that happened all over the world. And it will improve our position in the doing business rating and all the rankings that can improve the status of our country. With that, I'm happy to invite all of our speakers to all our panelists to the stage. Anastasia Radina, head of the Parliamentary Anti-Corruption Policy Committee. Semen Krivonos, director of NABU. Alexander Banchuk, deputy minister of finance. And Sergei Yevnashis, head of the Parliamentary Law Enforcement Committee. We're coming back to October 2022. Back then, the Anastasia Radina's first speech was a powerful signal for the working group, indicating that the Ukrainian authorities and the parliament were on the same page to reform the anti-corruption legislation and to change our country for the better. Since then, Anastasia has been one of the best ambassadors of the idea of our membership in the OECD working group. I'm happy to give the floor to Anastasia Radina. Good morning, colleagues. I'm happy to be with you. Today, I wouldn't take this honor to be the main ambassador, but indeed we can do a lot in the parliament to join the WG, and the dynamics in our parliament indicates that our efforts to join the WG is a big priority for us, despite the fact that the agenda and the list of laws that are needed to repel the Russian aggression is huge, and the number of laws required are huge. Still, we managed to find time, inspiration, and a place on the agenda of the sessions of our committees and the Verkhovna Rada in general to approve the legislation needed to Ukraine to join the full-fledged membership of the Anti-Bribery Convention. That would open us the gateway towards the membership in the OECD. And we understand clearly that although that the decision is political, obviously, but to be able to raise this political issue in general, we need to take not political but really technical things that are preconditions, and without which the political discussion would never happen. So, I mean, saying that the meeting is, this decision is political, and why would we take so many efforts? No, we need to put it differently. A political decision is impossible until really technical conditions are met, and one of them is the enhancing the responsibility of legal persons. Until we do that, no political decision can be put on the agenda. And I understand it clearly, and I know that my colleagues in the parliament also understand it clearly, which is good, and it gives us hope for the chance to do what we expect to do in the parliament. And I want to thank Sergei and Mr. Domenzi from the tax committee. These are two committees that consider the draft laws that are necessary to conduct this technical side for the accession to OECD. One of them has been approved in the second reading. The second draft law has been prepared, and I hope it will be considered by the committee soon. I can't and I have no right to steal the words from the committee. I can just appreciate what they've done. I hope they will move fast. They carried out a lot of meetings in the committee, which led to the registration of the draft law, which is supported by all the parties. As I understand, we know the history of those requirements regarding the liability of legal persons and regarding of non-deductibility of bribes in foreign jurisdiction. Now it may sound kind of, let's be fair here, at the beginning of this conversation in 2022, it could have sounded surprising, you know, because it was clear that the responsibility for bribery is there and that you cannot deduct bribery from your kind of budget. But in the 70s of the 20th century, the Americans started to bring their companies to responsibility, and the other companies in European jurisdictions didn't have a clear-cut responsibility in their jurisdictions, and that led to unfair competition because some companies could resort to some murky practices and could really deduct bribes and had no legal issues with it. But other companies, in particular in the US, faced huge problems because of that. And they tried to push their government to make sure that the international environment is even, so that everyone could have same conditions when they carry out business activities. And that is the history of this norm. Actually, why I said it, because it strengthened my hopes and my conviction that in the Ukrainian parliament we can approve all the legislation very fast, because all companies must have equal conditions in their foreign transactions, and their poor integrity should not be tolerated. And we don't have any doubts about that. We just need to prescribe it in our legislation as clearly as it is done in the club of civilized and wealthy nations that we intend to join. And I believe that will happen. Thank you, colleagues. That ends my intervention. I've been talking way too much. Paulina, please. I mean, I can see because of the light, and I can see whether I have run out of time or not. No, I was happy to listen to you. I remember actually this time when we were going to the place of the working group mission, and we're talking about this non-deductibility of bribes, and we were thinking how the MPs would perceive it. It was an interesting discussion. It's interesting that we are now here in this room with the draft law already registered, with some final steps ahead. Then we had in December 22, we had the status of participant that we obtained, and that was turning point. That period coincided with the appointment of Krivanos as director of NABU, and turning point was because from that moment on, NABU became the core of all the initiatives and draft laws. And we always love with Semyon Yurievich that at any meeting with international partners, whatever the topic is, we always remember and talk about the membership in the WG of the OECD and how it is important. Semyon Krivanos is my immediate supervisor, and I'm happy that the OECD WG is part of his personal agenda too. Thank you, Paulina, for such a extensive presentation. You are indeed behind the slides, and it looks like there is a light at the end of the tunnel. the tunnel of our journey to the OECD. The convention is going to come 25 years now, and we see this rare, unique case when the introduction of individual responsibility, certain responsibility, and change of legislation is enjoying comprehensive support. And we truly believe that by January we will have been able to report that we are prepared and file the applications. Accession to the convention is hugely important for Ukraine in the context of its European integration aspirations. And along with the statements of our previous speakers and your statements, all these benefits that you mentioned for our country, like access to unique information, exchange of practices, certainly that's fantastic. But our accession to the convention would mean that Ukraine is really committed to fight the corruption as the whole world.
І була в епіцентрі цього бурхливих обговорень постійно, була майданчиком бурхливих обговорень законодавчих змін, тому що це дійсно складна тема окремої відповідальності для юридичних осіб в тому вигляді, в якому нам пропонували запровадити партнери з ОСР як вимогу до приєднання.
Offered that as a requirement for our annexion to the convention, but we didn't have it back then, and we eventually made it all the way through. And I think indeed we have a really well-balanced, important document as a draft law. I remember the discussion about the taxation of bribes. Our MPs also kind of discussed it, but those matters are doctrinal for European and global community. These things are important in our integration into the Western world, our integration in Europe. Requires that we implement
переважна більшість хабарів в нашій країні з нашого досвіду беруть досвід в кеші, але приєднуючись до таких високих стандартів, ми повинні розуміти, що іноземні юридичні особи, юридичні особи, представники цих юридичних особ мають бути притягнуті до відповідальності. І також були почуті застереження бізнесу.
Reservation that businesses had, because introduction of that kind of liability in Ukraine can be perceived cautiously by business organizations and associations.
прекрасна, важлива ініціатива для там чергового кошмарення бізнесу, але ми довели, обговорили.
Go hard on business, like crack down on business, but we removed all the
скажімо, ризиків для них і ризиків те, що такі речі будуть використані саме на, як тиск на український бізнес. Тому вітаю те, що ми
So I congratulate us on moving that fast in the context of really deep anti-corruption reforms in the area of criminal law.
Доктринальних змін. Ми фактично дуже швидко під час війни, завдячуючи Збройним силам України, завдячуючи лідерству НАБУ, САП, Мін'юсту, завдячуючи всебічній підтримці і парламентарів, і керівництва держави, ми швидко рухаємося вперед. І одна із вимог, я сподіваюся, що до вступу в ЄС в лютому 2025 року буде виконано.
For our membership in the EU will be met in January 2025. Thank you. Thank you, Semen. You indeed talked about the story, and I remind that the colleagues who are here, they also were with us at the round table before, and they were involved in the preparation of the draft law. And our first fantastic concept of quasi-civil responsibility of legal persons. We went to Paris in June, and our delegation faced fiasco because we presented our concept, and colleagues said, well, that's interesting, that's a fantastic idea, but it won't work because the legislation of the members of the working group requires either criminal or administrative responsibility, not the one that you wanted to impose. So we went back to Kyiv in June 2023. And there was the autumn of 2023 that started, and at that point we met Minister Maluska and Alexander Banchuk at that moment. So every Wednesday for several hours in a row, we started to discuss the new concept, the new draft law. We involved our fantastic experts who are here with us from Idea Law and INL. We involved our colleagues from SAPO, the NACP, the auditor service. So we invited everyone to make sure that our efforts could look nice, could be logical, and could be in line with the OECD standards. I want to give the floor to Mr. Banchuk now. He is also a member of our WG established by the President, and I want to ask you to share with us your impressions, your feelings from the work of our group and how we made it to the point where we are now.
Thank you, Polina, dear colleagues. Maybe before moving to some technical descriptions of our story, how we have drafted the draft law, which is right now in consideration in the Parliamentary Committee of the Law Enforcement Activities, I would like maybe to raise another issue. Maybe I have not heard it in speeches of other colleagues, because everyone says how it's important to combine the Euro integration route of Ukraine with the route towards accession of Ukraine to the OECD. And not waiting for some economic aspects to be discovered and to be covered, because we have relevant committees in the parliament and relevant ministries to talk about it. But I would say that it's a process of intercomplementarity of our EU aspiration processes. Because all those components which work together in the government regarding OECD, these are reviews of the judicial domain, these are also reviews of the state judicial administration. All of them are key bullet points, are key sections which actually are going to be discussed this autumn in bilateral negotiations with the European Union. That's why here I underline again that now, when we speak about these processes, it's important to remember about them. That's first of all the process of intercomplementarity. We can also request expert support or an aid from the OECD, and the results, the outcomes which we get on our way towards integration with the European Union will be also valuable in the process of integration or gaining membership status in the OECD. So I think that historically these are two processes which are extremely important, and they are interconnected now. And in terms of the Ministry of Justice and some domains such as integrity, judicial domains, public administration domain, in these domains we also participate in these processes. And also I would like to mention that while developing a draft law, any external observer could pay attention that actually why 18 months have already passed on negotiation of the working with the working group on bribery of the OECD, but the draft law is still not adopted. And Polina actually has mentioned it, because you could do it much quicker in terms of preparing the draft law, to process it, to work it with the MPs, with the practitioners, representatives of the judicial sector and academia world. But here I think it's important to mention 4 or 5 key approaches which we could have suggested and implemented in our system. And here I would like to start with such a zero option, or the first one, which we had in our heads, but from the very beginning we just denied to use it, because going back several years ago, that there was a draft law adopted on responsibility for legal entities for different offences, but the draft law was not actually became valid, and as there were no nuances, no details. So the first thing has been already done, but it was unsuccessful outcome, because we can see that this law is not valid at all. That's why we have not followed this path again. Paulina also mentioned some kind of legal civic responsibility of legal persons, and yeah, from judicial perspective and judicial practices, it would be simpler for us, because yeah, all of these years we recognize that legal entities, if any offences are committed, they also be responsible. They're actually subjects of civil legal responsibility. But here there was a different position of the OECD colleagues that yes, it would be absolutely different responsibility of such legal entities. But for us on this stage, on stage of development of this organization, it would not satisfy all our requirements. That's what they said. That's why as such responsibility of legal entities for anti-corruption offences do not satisfy us and our requirements. That's why in 2022 we were in the beginning of this process again. And actually there was a choice of two. Either we implement administrative responsibility for legal entities, or we implement criminal legal responsibility. It looks like that administrative responsibility is simpler from all perspectives. Sorry for digging into details, but I think that it's important to mention. But here, the issue that we have at hand, that still we have a Soviet Code of Ukraine on administrative offences, and here we don't have any specific subjects in terms of legal entities for bearing this responsibility. We know that in the parliament, the specific new draft code on administrative offences was registered under the number 113/86. And I'm so grateful to our members of parliament who, yes, did this step in order to replace the old code, Soviet Code of 1984 with the new one, but that's a separate draft document. It also envisages some new subjects of administrative offences, administrative responsibility, both natural and legal persons. But you know, we cannot expect that this new draft code is adopted without aligning our legislation with the OECD standards. And here the second aspect is also obvious. If we go forward, if we go next, and as far as I know, legislation, for example, Italy has also recognized it as it is, that they have administrative responsibility of legal entities for corruption offenses, but I would call it, and maybe we have here some colleagues who know Italian legislative framework, but I think that for them it was to declare it just on paper, but in their laws, anyway, all references go to their criminal code, because all provisions are general, and they just called it only in a formal manner, that's administrative responsibility, because I think in practice, in reality, they have it as criminal responsibility. It means that we have only one option left, offered in the draft law 11443, that's autonomous criminal responsibility of legal entities, but again, it's only one of the subtypes of criminal responsibility. We do not suggest in this draft law to consider as a separate subject, a legal entity as a separate subject of commitment of criminal offences. We do not suggest to indict or convict such legal entities. No, we would suggest here in this draft law to identify such legal entities, and if any criminal offences in terms of corruption are committed, then legal sanctions would be applied against them. Our legislation already has this list, but we just extend this list for the sake of these purposes. That's my short introduction to the description of what were the options and why actually we have this model envisaged in the draft law 11443, which was actually considered and agreed by our colleagues, MPs of the Parliamentary Committee on Law Enforcement Activities and Anti-Corruption Policy Committee. So thank you so much on this way to join the OECD. Thank you.
Якийсь чудовий день пан міністр Малюська каже мені, що
One fine day, Mr. Maluska told me that it was time, former minister, time to present our draft law to the MPs of the Law Enforcement Committee. I knew that yes, this day would come, but I was not ready for it. And I remember physically, with what trembling knees, I went to present this draft law. Just imagine that the Law Enforcement Committee, I'm in front of it, and having this, fail of presenting a prevalence concept and this remembering how we went to the OECD, I present this concept in front of all members of the committee. But actually, the presentation went better than I thought. A part of the clicker which didn't work, but I think it also a little bit distracted and down the focus of our attention, of our discussions. That's how we started our cooperation. And this happened to us when we with colleagues in the delegation led by the first deputy chairman of the bureau, Mr. Konyenko, we went to Paris. So there were members of parliament, heads of the committees, anti-corruption policy and law enforcement committee. That's when the active work on making amendments to and drafting draft laws started. And I think the law enforcement committee and Sergei Konstantinovich who actually helped to draft these draft laws. And personally to you, Sergei Konstantinovich, thank you so much for being constructive, for that you always listen to, and the most important, you hear what you are talked to. And I think that most importantly, you have already became an ambassador of Ukraine in the OECD working group. Thank you so much for registering this draft law. Thank you so much that our discussions either with you nor with committees members did not stop. So thank you so much. Over to you. I think that's very important for Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, Paulina. I would like to start, of course, with the words of appreciation for arranging this wonderful event to our American and European partners. Yes, indeed, the presentation which was done from the side of the working group to the committee of the law enforcement activities. Yeah, it was wonderful, but there were quite many issues which were raised by the law enforcement committee members in front of the working group. That's why it was decided that we need to understand how it works in reality. And I think that it's a wonderful experience when, while drafting a draft law, we start our work from some practical nuances. Yes, indeed, the delegation chaired by Alexander Konyenko and accompanied by our committee members attended the OECD headquarters, participated in the session of the working group. What is important? It's important that during that meeting we understood that there are so many different countries who have already joined the working group. They are full-fledged members. They have passed this route for many, many years. So that's why, from the practical perspective for us, it was extremely important to listen both to positive experiences and those mistakes which were faced by, first of all, European countries on their way to join the working group. We understood that each country has had their own journey, and we need to understand what shall be our starting point, what will be the formats of our routes, but of course in such a way which corresponds to the convention and the OECD standards. Returning from the business trip, I understood that, indeed, I would not be able to move this process alone without support and help of the law enforcement committee members. That's why, for me, it was extremely important to get support of registration of this draft law from the side of Mr. Konyenko, first deputy chairman, and also of Vladlen Nekludov, Alexander Konitsky, and Mykola Ganushka, and other members of the Anti-Corruption Policy Committee and Law Enforcement Committee, but also it's important to representatives of other political forces supported, and Sergei Minko, Volodymyr Germarch, Volodymyr Rogozhinkov also supported this draft law. You know, the result, the joint result of support of this draft law. Roxolana Pidlasa, the head of the budget committee, and our honored Ms. Anastasia Radina signature so supported this draft law, and it means that we have registered this draft law, making amendments to criminal procedural code and other normative acts in order to comply with international standards in terms of bringing to responsibility legal entities for bribery and anti-corruption offences. The draft law number is 11443, and I could say that it's almost a new institution for Ukraine. Why almost? Because actual criminal responsibility exists, but as it was already mentioned by the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, it doesn't work completely. You know, for 10 years we have only 4 indictments. It's not that very good statistics. That's why criminal responsibility of legal entities is a significant step in improvement of our legislation and bringing it in alignment with European norms and those standards which exist in France, Italy, and other EU member states. So, to my opinion, why actually criminal and legal measures regarding legal enterprises and entities are not so widespread in Ukraine? To my opinion, from one perspective, it's because now they are clearly interconnected with the responsibility of and availability of indictment regarding a physical person, but criminal proceedings against physical persons last for many years. It's set to recognize it, but they will not lead to indictment criminal responsibility of legal entities. It does not correspond to requirements of the ECT and actually create some kind of gaps in legislation, and that's why we will try together with the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine to cover those gaps. Also, a critical disadvantage in this current situation, from my personal perspective, is presence of some kind of restrictions of actions of criminal nature. And from one perspective, we have fines. As of now, it's around 40,000 euro. But from another perspective, we have the measure of liquidation of a legal entity, and I think it's quite a harsh sanction during the war, during the martial law, because we understand that we need to engage business. We need to engage, to attract investments, and liquidation as a sanction, it's quite a harsh measure. That's why the draft law, which was initiated by me and my colleagues, suggests and finds solutions for these problems, envisaging 15 rather than 4 measures of criminal nature, and such a range of measures will allow our courts to choose relevant criminal responsibility for commitment of criminal offense. As it was mentioned already, we have such actions and measures of criminal responsibility, and they differ from criminal responsibility itself because they are measures, they are actions. What I would like to mention, it's not envisaged in this draft law, but thanks to this event, I would like to raise this issue of making amendments to Article 59 of the law on prevention of corruption regarding making them more clear, and the necessity to enter into the United Register of entities which committed corruption offences, which is now led by the NACP, to make records on entities which are subject of such actions of criminal nature. Maybe we could discuss it with you. I think it would be quite relevant and appropriate, because you know both state authorities and other legal entities, when they make decisions, for example, on procurements, they will use such register, and it could be useful for them. You know, when we registered this draft law, when we started to move towards its adoption, we understood that, given that it's about improvement of the existing institution, but it's quite a progressive and new step. We expected that there would be a lot of critics, but actually it happened contradictory. We have received quite a lot commenting feedbacks from the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Economy, of the Anti-Corruption Authorities, of the Vice Prime Minister for European integration, now in her role as the Minister of Justice. They also supported the draft law 11443, but dear present guests, I clearly understand that no single draft law registered in the Verkhovna Rada, which could be, and I hope will be adopted in the nearest time, it's not like this before the second reading, because significant changes happened to such draft laws after second reading. That's why I'm thankful to Vladimir Nekludov for registering the alternative draft laws. There are so many different opinions and ideas there. I'm thankful to the civil society of Ukraine for making and having active position and making active proposals for this draft law. So also it's important and it's quite relevant based on the other speeches of our colleagues that such draft law will bring us closer to the European Union, will bring us closer and more realistic our membership in the working group. But what is more important, it will allow us to become a part of standards, international standards in the fight of corruption. It's specifically this. Is extremely important, it's crucial for our state now. So dear colleagues, please be constructive while joining the process of work on these draft laws, and please suggest and offer some alternative options. I will always be open for it. Please join the work of the working group. And generally, I ask you and called you to support it as an idea. So thank you so much to all of you and having me here. Thank you to INL and our European partners. Thank you for our highly respected colleagues and guests, and I also would like to end my speech saying thank you to the Law Enforcement Committee who joined this work together with the NABU, Ministry of Justice and SAPO. Thank you.
Our registered draft laws were reviewed by our colleagues from the OECD. We have Franz Schen with us today. There are not so many colleagues with that kind of expertise as Ms. Schen has, and we really appreciate her time taken to check our draft laws. She'll give us a chance to understand whether we chose the correct way to go forward. Thank you. Ms. Schen, the floor is yours.
It's a pleasure and it's an honor to be invited here today. I will try and share on screen the presentation that we prepared for this purpose. I hope you can see it. I cannot see you in the room, so it's a bit difficult for me to understand, but I'll if somebody could tell me if you can see the presentation on screen.
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I'll pick up on what Chris Bezyorski said. I'm here to present the perspective of the OECD Secretariat and trying to present the perspective of the Working Group on Bribery, that is to say, all the countries that are signatory to the Anti-Bribery Convention. And here indeed, taking a step back from the political to looking at the technical issues. And one premise I would really like to underline is that when the working group looks at the standards and whether accession criteria are met or not, or whether in fact the countries already party to the convention are meeting their obligations, they do it with the objective of ensuring that we have in place a system to fight foreign bribery that works. It's not a matter of ticking the box and ensuring that this sort of international instrument in the abstract requires countries to adopt a certain number of measures, but really not only in its instrument, but it's in constant review of the legislation. The purpose of the working group is really to ensure effectiveness and efficiency of the system. So in the remarks I'll make today, of course, I'm going to be targeting them towards the accession criteria. But I really want to underscore that when these comments are made, when these requirements are made, they are with a view of having a truly effective system. So not only will Ukraine be meeting the accession criteria, which will enable it to accede to the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention and then to the OECD, and maybe to some extent it would also help with the EU accession. But it ultimately, and possibly the most important thing, is that it will truly reinforce the legal framework for combating not only transnational corruption, frankly, but even domestic corruption.
Dear Franz,
so with this,
dear Franz,
yes,
I'm sorry, may I ask you to click F5 on your computer?
Прошу,
it's only the first slide for now.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm getting to it.
And when it will be the next slide, can you please click it on your computer?
Can you see the next slide now?
Well, we see the first 4 slides, I would say.
You see the first 4 slides. That's interesting.
Yes, in the line on the left side.
Okay. So, because on my screen it shows only as 1. Let me see.
If it doesn't work still, if you don't, oh, yes, perfect.
Is that good?
Thank you so much. Yes, it works.
Okay, great. All right. So now you have hopefully in front of you the accession criteria. So this is just very quickly, these are the 5 criteria against which we're going to look at Ukraine's legislation to see if it matches what the OECD working group considers as sort of the basic framework that needs to be in place to become a signatory to the Anti-Bribery Convention. So the first one is very obviously a criminal offense of foreign bribery. The second one is liability of legal persons. We've talked about this quite a bit already this morning. Effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions. Prompt and effective legal assistance, which includes mutual legal assistance and extradition measures, and the non-tax deductibility of bribes, which we've also heard about this morning. Now, hopefully this slide should be fairly comforting for the Ukrainian parliament, for all the Ukrainian officials that have been working towards accession, because you can probably already tell that a lot of the conditions are in place. And that's, I think, a very reassuring perspective. The criteria that are already implemented, first of all, the foreign bribery offense. Most of the elements of the offense are indeed implemented already in Ukraine's legislation, including with respect to bribery of foreign public officials. Some elements may require clarification. Some elements may be de facto integrated into Ukrainian law when the parliament ratifies the convention. But overall, we've got a foreign bribery offense that's fairly solid. Clearly, the international cooperation framework is already there. There's tiny tweaks probably around the extradition framework, but that honestly are relatively minor. And the biggest point, again, which has been mentioned time and time again this morning, is liability of legal persons. At present, it exists, of course, in your legislation, but the reforms needed to comply with the working group and convention standards are significant. There is a legislation, draft legislation, which you've just been speaking about, and 1443 and 14431, which does address some of these elements. And this is my next slide. So under the draft legislation, which we have been discussing quite a bit already in June, indeed, it's been mentioned again, we met with colleagues from Parliament and from NABU and from the Ministry of Justice to discuss these aspects. But the draft legislation we have seen would already go towards addressing some of the important standards. Notably, the working group requires a liability of legal persons that can function independently from the liability of the natural person. That is to say that you should not require that an individual be convicted, prosecuted to be able to engage the liability of the legal person. And the reason for that is that in today's economy, the way companies function, especially large companies, the decision-making power is quite diffuse. It may not be possible to identify an individual who committed the bribery. It may also be that the individual who committed the bribery, you don't have jurisdiction over them. So these are just the very basic reasons why being able to hold a company liable is important, not only in terms of sanctioning, but also in terms of incentivizing companies to put in place the correct mechanisms to prevent and to detect corruption so that it doesn't occur. So it's not just about sanctioning, but it's also about providing an incentive for companies to put in place correct mechanisms. And when we did this study a couple years ago on incentives for companies to implement compliance mechanisms, clearly the risk of enforcement was the biggest incentive. So that's important to note. The other elements which your draft legislation appears to be covering, and that is very welcome, is that liability would extend to state-owned enterprises. That is something that the working group has been adamant about. It's clearly in the anti-bribery recommendation, which accompanies the convention. So that seems to be resolved. And likewise, the grounds on which Ukrainian authorities may exercise their jurisdiction over legal persons have been brought in under the proposed draft legislation. Having said that, and this is where perhaps I'm the troublemaker in this morning's presentation, to sort of point at the issues that you will probably want to be looking at ahead of accession. There are some critical issues that remain to be considered. First of all, this one is perhaps more of a question mark and one for you to reflect on. But under the draft bill, and I'm aware that there are two parallel ones, but one option that is being considered is to have an autonomous corporate liability regime that would only apply for the foreign bribery offense. Now, strictly speaking, this may meet the accession criteria. To be honest, the working group has never had such a narrow system that applies only to one offense. But again, if we're being very strictly speaking, it might work. However, the risk of having two systems existing parallel, one autonomous regarding the foreign bribery offense, one non-autonomous relating to all other offenses, may in practice raise questions about whether the system will be operational. Because, as I'm sure you're aware, where there is bribery or corruption in a business transaction, very often there are other offenses. It can be false accounting, it can be money laundering, it can be other types of economic fraud, maybe anti-competitive practices. So in that case, you're going to have law enforcement authorities who, on the one hand, may be able to investigate and prosecute the legal person for foreign bribery autonomously from identifying or prosecuting an individual. But for all the other offenses, they will not be able to. So it will raise a number of questions about the effectiveness of such a dual system and its enforceability in practice. So that's more of a sort of question mark issues. Other issues which are clearly, more clearly in need of being addressed in the draft legislation, they concern the standard of liability. Now, I want to again recall that point I made at the very beginning, which is that the objective of these standards is to have a system that is effective and efficient. And that is why the convention standard has been explicited to say that liability is effective, corporate liability is effective if the level of authority of the individual whose conduct triggers the liability of the company is flexible and reflects the wide variety of decision-making systems. Currently, in the Ukrainian framework, you've got a very narrow definition of an authorized person. It's being a bit broadened in the draft legislation. However, it is still relatively narrow in that it has to be on behalf or in the interest. It still requires proof of formal authorization, which clearly the working group has found to not be in compliance with the convention in respect of other countries. And it's most likely that the proposed reform does not entirely resolve the issue around the authorized person. I'll go more quickly over the other issues because they are much more clear-cut. As I said, the convention requires effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions. It's very clear if you compare the current sanctions existing in Ukraine's criminal code to the ones the working group has looked at, that they should be much, much higher to be considered effective, proportionate, and dissuasive. We do have a stock taking of the sanctions, so it is something we can discuss in more detail bilaterally with colleagues when we discuss Ukraine's draft law. Having a fine linked to the benefit from the bribery which is also currently in the legislation, does raise questions about the adequacy of the fine where the person shows little profit, because sometimes it could be a loss-making contract. You may pay a bribe for a public procurement that you don't get in the end, so there is no benefit to show for it. And so just highlighting, and this is more for information sharing, that the tendency in countries has been, in addition to having perhaps a fixed fine amount, to have a fine linked to the company's performance indicators, such as the turnover of the company, for instance, or the annual profit. This is also because this enables to correlate the fine to the size of the company. So, I mean, again, not saying this is the grail that needs to be reached, but this is a tendency that we've seen, a tendency that tends to mirror legislation on antitrust, by the way. Small issue that is very, again, strictly speaking, not in line with convention accession criteria. The convention says that where extradition is concerned, countries may of course decide not to extradite their own nationals, but in that case, they should automatically investigate and, if necessary, prosecute them. Currently, Ukraine's legislation foresees that it's only upon request of the requesting authority that the investigation would take place in Ukraine, but that is a rather niche issue. The non-tax deductibility of bribes has been spoken of. Indeed, we require an explicit deductibility of bribes for tax purposes, which should not be contingent on a court decision, but applied independently by the tax authorities. This has been mentioned this morning. I think the topic is quite clear. It's probably ingrained in the philosophy, if I can call it that, but it's true that the working group has asked that it be explicitly stated in the law. But I understand, again, that this is something that is very much in the pipelines and that will likely go through. So I may already have overreached my 10 minutes, for which I apologize. I won't go into the other issues that are on the current slide that address some of the elements of the offense with respect to the definition of a foreign country, or bribery committed indirectly, as well as issues around the false accounting offense and MLA for countries that do not have criminal liability. These are more issues for further discussion. The first two, bribery through intermediaries and definition of foreign country, may be elements that will be de facto taken care of once the convention is ratified, since there is direct applicability in Ukraine of international treaties. The other two will come up later, I think, as Ukraine, once it has acceded to the convention, is in the process of acceding to the OECD, but they are perhaps a little bit less urgent than the ones I've mentioned in my presentation before. So with that, I will conclude my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention. It's, again, an honor and a privilege to be working with you in these particular circumstances, and please understand that the comments we make, even though sometimes they may make your life difficult, they're really with the purpose of trying to provide the best advice that we can, of course, for the purpose of acceding to the convention, but ultimately because, well, we're extremely proud to be helping you in your efforts to fight corruption, in particular in the difficult context that you're in. Thank you very much, and happy to answer questions if there is time and if there are questions.
Thank you so much, Franz. Шановні, дякую дуже, пані Франц.
Thank you, Ms. Franz.
Шановні колеги, мабуть, зараз ми зробимо підбиття.
Colleagues, I think we can sum up and talk what we're going to discuss later. We will talk about the legislative aspects. We will talk about what will happen regarding the application, that fingers crossed will happen in January, not later than February at least. We're gonna make a short break for 30 minutes that we can, where we can relax and have some coffee. But let me put some bridge between our panel now and the next panel, at the end of which we will have a chance to ask questions and give answers if the audience wants to. So at the beginning of our next panel discussion, we will have two keynote speakers. One of them is with us now, the ambassador of Spain in Ukraine, and Katerina Maternova, European Union ambassador to Ukraine. And we have a special guest as well.
Not Spain.
France. France, sorry. No, sorry. And we have our special guest, Michel Sardin. He came from to our event. Michel Sapin from the Ministry of Finance of France, and there is a special law in France called in his name. But that's going to be 30 minutes after a break. Well, let's we'll welcome you back.
Колеги, доброго дня всім, хто залишився з нами і продовжує відслідковувати реформи в антикорупційній сфері, зокрема приєднання до антикорупційної конвенції. Дякуємо, що ви залишаєтеся з нами після кава-брейку, який, безперечно, був продуктивним в плані комунікації. Я хочу нагадати, що зараз, під час другої панелі, у нас буде франкомовний спікер, тому вам знадобляться гарнітури, якщо ви не володієте.
Speaking speaker, so you will need your headsets for interpretation if you don't know French. I think that we shall start. That's why the first speaker with the introductory words, I would like to give a floor to very reliable, important partner and friend of Ukraine. Ukraine has said since 2014 very clearly that our place in the European Union, our place in the European family of states, and since 2014 we have been moving very actively towards accession to the European Union. As it was mentioned today by Madam Stefanishina, the Vice Prime Minister for European Integration, joining the OECD Anti-Corruption Convention is one of the steps for successful negotiations with the EU on the accession. And tomorrow bilateral meetings will start with the European Commission regarding Section 23 on negotiations, which is shall be first to open and last to close, because it's one of the key sections about fundamental rights. And in order to implement requirements envisaged by the section, we also focus our attention on joining the OECD Convention. And here, because of our ambitious and of this unreputability of these two processes, joining the EU and joining the OECD, I would like to give a floor to the ambassador, European Union ambassador to Ukraine, Madam Katerina Maternova. Over to you.
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon. I am happy to see you here.
Take a photo of the photo. It's great to be here. Fight against corruption, anti-corruption is really a central topic of a number of stakeholders, whether it's Ukrainian, whether it's international. I think that just looking at the attendance at this event in the morning, in the afternoon is a testimony to that. And I happen to be one who has been dealing with this topic in Ukraine for the last 10 years, since exactly a year ago, also living here as the EU ambassador. And I strongly believe that a lot has been done together with our French friends and our Danish friends. We were in fact half a year ago launching new phases of our support projects to the rule of law and anti-corruption. It's the Pravo Justice with our French counterparts and the EU anti-corruption initiative that is managed by our Danish friends. And I asked people to prepare sort of a visual. I forgot to bring it from the office now, but we had a display of all the rule of law anti-corruption efforts that have been carried out over the last 10 years. So I strongly, firmly believe the glass is half full, but it also means that work needs to continue. And what was interesting in the visual of all the different reforms was the acceleration of the reforms since filing the application for accession to the EU in just 4 days after the full-scale invasion of 28th of February 2022. So I believe that this yearning to join the EU is also an accelerator of these reforms. Reforms, especially of this nature, are never a linear process. There are going to be false starts, false beginnings, steps forward, steps sideways. That's the nature of difficult reforms, because rents that people were able to extract, their opportunities will be closed. Some people will be investigated, put to jail, institutions will need to be rebooted, etc. So it's not an easy process, but therefore we need to continue, but I believe that a lot has already been done. I'm not going to talk about, in my brief remarks, about the Anti-Corruption, Anti-Bribery Convention, which we obviously support. I just want to say that whether it's OECD, whether it's any of the NABU or SAPO or any of the Ukrainian institutions, Rada, the government, our EU member states colleagues, the US, USAID, all of the different international stakeholders are very much trying to go with our Ukrainian partners, and this includes very much the civil society, the independent press, towards the same goal. Anti-corruption, as was already mentioned, is central to EU accession. Olga Stefanishina spoke to you via a video link because she's in Brussels going through the tedious process of screening, which is just before you start negotiating, of Chapter 23-24. It's called Fundamental Rights, but what it really is looking at the institutional underpinning, the ability of the country to uphold the rule of law and anti-corruption, anti-bribery, issues of anti-terrorism, etc. So all of these very complicated topics are clustered in these two chapters, and it was mentioned, and I'm sure Olga mentioned it as well. Since this is an area where many of the recent members of the recent entrants to the EU have struggled with, and I come from one of those more recent entrant countries, these are the areas which are going to be opened as first to negotiate and closed last. In other words, this is going to, the topics that are in these two chapters, and sorry for using this technical lingo, but it's going to be talked about quite a bit, are going to be throughout the process of accession present, and also once you enter the EU. So these are really fundamental ones to our common future. And I would like to just close on 2 points why this is also important. One is of perceptions, and I was brutally reminded of it during the YES conference over the weekend, where not even knowingly, one of the moderators, one of the Western moderators, was actually repeating the Russian disinformation narrative that still holds very strongly. In a question posed to one of the panelists, he said, well, how do you collaborate with a country that's the most corrupt country in the world? Clearly a Russian disinformation narrative, but it still holds. This was an American gentleman who posed this question. And I just want to say, matters of perceptions and matters of having to put out there facts and figures and be able to speak eloquently about achievements and what has been done, acknowledging what still needs to happen, etc., is really, really important. It's something that I have been personally doing for several years by now and more over the last year, but it's something that one needs to be very aware of. The narrative is still there, the perception is still there, and one needs to fight it with equal vigor as one fights corruption. And now to finish, not on a depressing topic, but a hopeful one, something that's done in Ukraine very regularly and at a very high quality is public opinion polls. This is something Ukraine is famous for. You can actually really shape your policies and see what the feeling is among the population. And before the full-scale invasion, corruption never really featured. I don't think ever among the top 5, maybe among the top 10. It was sort of taken as a part of the system and, part of our daily reality. And what is interesting that systematically, poll after poll that goes into this, since the full-scale invasion, corruption is systematically number 2. First is security, and then corruption. So the public mood has shifted, the public values have shifted very visibly, and that creates pressure, that creates demand for these reforms, and I think that's one of the most hopeful messages that one gets from these. So I believe that events like this keep us, international community, interested. Hopefully you, our Ukrainian friends and counterparts and stakeholders, motivated, and let's continue bringing the public along with us in this area. Thank you very much.
Дякую, пані Матернова, за ваші теплі слова, за вашу підтримку. Наступним до слова я хочу запросити також великого друга України, людину, яка підтримує Україну в багатьох питаннях, яка допомагає нам в наших зусиллях євроінтеграції, людину, завдяки якій у нас активна співпраця з французькими компетентними органами, з експертіз Франс, з Міністерством юстиції Франції. Ця людина, яка підтримує і діяльність робочих.
That's the person who supports our joining accession to the OECD working group. Now I would like to give the floor to Your Excellency Ambassador of France to Ukraine, Mr. Giselvis here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me today. Actually, I will speak French since we are not able to have French interpretation. So, if some of you are looking for French, still it's time to use the interpretation.
Якщо у вас вам треба зараз використовувати переклад на французьку. I would like to express my words of appreciation to organizers of this extremely important conference. And yes, indeed, it's true that Ukraine is going to join the OECD working group. Actually, we have technical dimension here, which justifies significantly such participation. So that's an important political issue. Here, I would like also to mention, as it was mentioned before by other speakers, and again, our discussion on the OECD issues when this organization has been established was back in time in Paris in order to implement the Marshall's Plan after the World War II. And of course, there are so many different parallels because we indeed require big, huge reconstruction of Ukraine. It's obvious according to the current situation. And yeah, and that's what will be needed after the victory of Ukraine. That's why so many efforts have been made by Ukraine during the last years and before the war in terms of establishing relevant institutions such as the NACP and NABU who fight corruption, and also in terms of developing new procedures for providing relevant guarantees for functioning and bring of this system and bring it to responsibility. Also, it should be mentioned that such efforts they keep going after the start of the full-scale invasion of Russia against Ukraine in 2022. And you know, it's hard, and it's extremely hard challenge to carry out both the war and the reforms. Speaking about the responsibility, which draft law on responsibility, which very soon will be adopted, and also about other draft laws which will be mentioned about the Bureau of Economic Security and also the assets declarations for public servants.
It means that the pathway towards reforms continues despite the ongoing difficulties that we are facing because of the fight against corruption. It's not only about the adoption of laws, it's not about simple adoption of laws. It should be something commonplace, something everyday. And the whole society needs to join in this fight, change the culture, and that's going to be the most difficult part. In any case, the convention of OECD is hugely important for the European integration of Ukraine, and Ms. Stefanishina and Katerina spoke about that today. And again, the first discussion of the section 1 and 22 will be related closely to our current issues we're discussing today, because Ukraine is going to join to join the EU not just for the sake of membership, but to create necessary favorable conditions and raise necessary investments for Ukraine to develop. I've been working in Ukraine for over a year, and I'm impressed with huge expectations of the Ukrainian societies, of the civil society organizations. And I'm impressed with the role of the Ukrainian resilience and their power of conviction that, yes, we need the European integration, we need the European way. France will continue supporting Ukraine jointly with other G7 countries. We will continue helping the NABU and NACP to improve the efficiency of we will foster the development of SAPO and so on. These institutions are key to make sure that Ukraine becomes a European member, because it needs to be able to work without any interventions, address various challenges, and this resilience, this capability to act in line with the international best international standards are indeed necessary for the Ukraine that we want to see in the future. And we support this work to fight corruption in every sector, in construction, customs, and for the market regulation efforts. France has been supporting our key Ukrainian partners in the judiciary reform, in the anti-corruption fight. There is one of the experts who works in the Pravo Justice project. He comes from France. We work with him on different areas. We share expertise with our colleagues. And I know that NABU cooperates with the French agency on anti-corruption. We need to continue doing it. We've been working in this area for several years. We'll have Michel Sapin with us. He has deep technical knowledge, but also political experience, which is also hugely important because he used to be a member of parliament and worked in the Ministry of Justice. So he knows a lot about finance and law. As a result, these issues we're discussing today are hugely important for him as well. He worked also during quite difficult times for Ukraine. In 2013, 2018, there were two laws, the very important laws that were adopted. The last one was adopted following the French criticism. So France kind of thought about that and eventually adopted the laws. Actually, it was indeed Sapin laws that were passed. They're called Sapin 1, Sapin 2. And still this law is remembered, and this person is remembered a lot, which means that the person is quite extraordinary. I think I need to end my presentation, and I will leave the floor for our friends in the final panel discussion.
Пане посол, зараз поки у нас відбувається
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. While we are doing some rearrangement here, I will talk to you about our second panel. On the panel 1, we talked about 11.3 that regulate the liability of legal persons, but the LLP is not the only draft law that is covered by the convention. The convention also covers
ставлення до
the attitude to bribery from the point of view of tax officers, so the bribery cannot be deducted from the revenues, and such issues can be challenging, complicated, and not an accident that it took us a while to discuss them in detail. We invited MPs, civil society, and business associations to discuss these matters, and I want to ask all of them to our panel now to have some discussion and to talk about the law on the LLP and other matters covered by the convention. We will also have a special guest in this panel. So the floor goes to our distinguished panelists now. Head of SAPO, Deputy Prosecutor General Alexander Klemenko. Head of the Parliamentary Committee on Finance, Tax and Customs Policy, Danilo Hetmancev. Member of Unique Executive Committee, Arsenal Law Firm, Lana Senichkina. Executive Director of the European Business Association, Anna Derevyanko. And our special guest, former Minister of Finance of France, Michel Sapin. To move on to our further discussion, I want to ask Mr. Klemenko, first of all. Representatives of SAPO took part in the working group, and I was the secretary. I was the head of its secretariat, rather. And we drafted those amendments jointly with the prosecutors of SAPO. What are your impressions about this work? What are your expectations about the further work? And what do you think as the head of the agency that represents the state prosecution regarding the amendments that are offered? Thank you for the floor, distinguished friends, colleagues. Over the past 10 years, Ukraine has dramatically changed its approaches to fight corruption in general. About 10 years ago, it was only about imitation of the fight against corruption, but what we see now is the actual results that the newly established institutions are demonstrating. And not only did we build new institutions, we also created the culture of zero tolerance to corruption, and where the principles of the rule of law are mandatory. We seek the equality to law for everyone. In 2022, Ukraine started to join the OECD and to join the WG. And I remember our first meetings to develop the best concept, the best model regarding the LLP. I want to actually add that our first attempt was not successful, and the draft document that we prepared in the working group was not accepted. They suggested that we develop another one. So this draft law that has been prepared with SAPO and other institutions, I hope it will be implemented. I hope it will create a better model and provide us with better tools to fight corruption. to ensure fairness and improve the investment climate of Ukraine as well. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Олександре.
Thank you, Alexander.
Наступного питання, яке
Over to the next question. As I said, it was quite complicated, and at the Secretariat we thought how to address this matter. Do we only need to change one sentence in the tax code all the way up to rewriting whole chapters in the tax code? There were different opinions, and we worked with the Ministry of Finance, State Tax Service, and the committee members. Now over to our next speaker who will talk to us about the prepared amendments, and please talk to us about your understanding of the future events and how fast we can have the law approved. So over to Danila Hitmantsov. Thank you.
Вітаю, слава Україні.
Good afternoon, everyone. Glory to Ukraine. First of all, Ms. Maternova, thank you very much for your statement about the corruption in our country. I totally agree that this is one of the biggest challenges today for all of us. If we, in line, according to the what's happening in the front lines as well. But the Ukrainian pathway is not unique. This is the actual journey that has been undertaken by other European countries that are members of the EU now. Let's talk about Romania or Bulgaria, where 16 years after they gained the EU membership, there was a monitoring mission about anti-corruption. Working there only last year, they terminated their activity with success. We don't have so much time. We have the objective to overcome this evil much faster, and actually that's what we are doing, in particular by implementing the reforms that are on the agenda in the Parliament, in particular in our committee. Mr. Ambassador talked about Bureau for Economic Security. We reformed it, and we are continue reforming it. We expect the Cabinet of Ministers to establish a commission for that. Just recently, the committee recommended a draft law to relaunch the customs service, and we expect the MPs to the second reading on it as well. And from the perspective of the activities in our committee, I want to tell you that we understand corruption has a specific price tag, so monetary value. So price tag that we can measure with the money that our budget is not getting as revenue as a result of corruption. As a result of rather harsh tax policies over the past 2.5 years, we have unprecedented increase of state revenues compared to the 2025, which was a peaceful year. And if we talk about the year of 2024, thanks to the anti-corruption efforts and the shadowing of the economy, and you know that shadowing is very much related to corruption. It's food. So thanks to anti-corruption efforts and the shadowing, we have plus 100 billion or 2.5 billion US dollars in the state budget. This is an unprecedented number that vividly demonstrates what corruption means and what its price for the budget for the army, not in the format of just abstract slides, but in the form of money. And one of the areas for anti-corruption activities is the implementation of the procedures and rules that are quite common all over the world. And we are talking about OECD and membership in the OECD as well, and about implementation of the norms and standards that are being developed by this organization and that are recommended by it. In particular, our law also belongs to this group. Sorry for this intro, I wanted just to give the context. So the law has been changed for the second reading. Now it is almost ready for us to recommend it for the reading in the Parliament. I think it's going to be read for the second time in the Parliament next month, but it has changed significantly indeed. We initially started with just a couple of sentences, but we ended up almost fully rewriting it. If you want me to talk about significant changes, let me just give you a gist. We added Ukrainian officials because our first draft law was only related to public officials who worked abroad. We added Ukrainian officials because we kind of don't understand why shouldn't they be covered, and we don't want to take a second attempt for that. We also covered all entities with the bribery consequences, not only just legally entities, but the individual entrepreneurs, sole proprietors that can kind of provide these illegal bribes and illegal funding to the officials. And we also included relevant consequences for them as well. We also specified the mechanics for exchange of information with other countries. Information about bribery, of course, and the three-step model, lack of detectability. So first, in the first line, we impose the liability not to deduct payments that have signs of bribery, and payments can be different. They not necessarily they are kind of obvious. It's not obvious that they just gave money in an envelope under a table in a restaurant. It can be a payment for training or a child or participation in sports competition. So it can be not that obvious, and that's why the NABU Anti-Corruption Bureau needs to set the criteria of that kind of actions. So we set this requirement to personally do the necessary correction. A second step of correction is done on the stage of verification by the controlling authority and upon request to this controlling authority. And along with correction, it requires a payment of fine of 9% if it was done within 3 months, or 18 if it was done after 3 months. And the court decision, that's number 3, where the correction must be introduced. And the fine is going to be huge, like 50%.
I think that such approach will allow a payer to respond in a timely manner in their operations and reflect those operations in the accounting documents. The only thing I would like to mention, speaking about the ruling of a court and speaking about our national public servants, everything shall be done only upon the court ruling. That's the nuance of this case. Consultations are almost over. Very soon the draft law will be already under consideration. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. Yes, indeed, we are, as the Secretariat of the Working Group, the same as our colleagues from the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, will do our best to finalize this draft law and to finalize the list which you mentioned regarding the circumstances and facts which could be useful. Going next to next speakers of our panel, I can't but mention how important, in view of the nuances of this OECD anti-corruption document, so how important is the role of the private sector. This document is different. So it's punitive not for a person who takes a bribe, not for a public person, but it punishes a person who gives bribe. So for us, it was important to not only to develop a mechanism for the act of bribery, for the act of giving undue advantage, but also for us it was important to understand other nuances. In order to develop this tool, this mechanism, we have engaged representatives of business sector, of private law firms, and now we would like to give a floor to engage them into our discussion. I'm happy that now we have representatives of the all Ukrainian network of integrity and compliance, and also representatives of European Business Association. I know that an Association of Integrity and Compliance, they have already developed some thoughts about the draft law 11443. That's why I would like to give a floor to Ms. Lana Sinichkina to present their view on these amendments. Hi. First of all, I would like to say that our networks unites international and national businesses which work in Ukraine on integrity basis and develops compliance and culture at all, not only in the business sector. For more than 3 years, we have been engaged into the work on this reform together with NABU, NACP, and SAPO colleagues. We have worked on these provisions. First of all, we would like to welcome everyone who has been engaged into this process, including working group members and all of us, that we have received some developments, we have had progress regarding joining the OECD, but we would like those reforms not just to be on paper, not just to get the OECD status, member status, but yes, indeed, we want to have some systematic, significant changes in Ukraine. And actually, we have seen today already it, and we have heard it from the speeches of the OECD representatives. They do not only look at the fact of adoption or non-adoption of the law, but they are going to study further in detail whether it leads to some changes in practices, whether it leads to some changes in enforcement. We know right now that current existing mechanisms of bringing to criminal responsibility for offences, criminal offences of a criminal nature are not effective. And we also understand that in order to reform the system, it required quite unstandard and not a simple decision from Ukraine. But also I need to say, it wasn't simple from those countries who have already passed this route, because for all these countries, it was also about changes in perception. That's why Ukraine is not unique. We also the same, we shall move forward. Maybe it looks strange that unique as business stands for real changes in reforming of responsibility of legal entities, of responsibility of business, but unique always stands for fair practices, and when the business corrupts state officials, it leads also to undue advantages for businesses. It leads to violation of the rule of law in the economic sector. That's why we think that the presence of the political will to reform this institution is always a huge step forward. But the devil always hides in some nuances, and we are going to define these nuances today. I'm not going to develop on all proposals that we have sent in written form, but I'm going to mention the key ones in a nutshell. So the first one, which was already mentioned today by Madam Fresh-Shen from the OECD, that to our opinion, the model of bringing the responsibility of legal entities for bribes could be different for external and internal corruption. That's nonsense to our opinion. It will lead to disbalance of the legal system and the enforcement of provisions of the law. Let's take an example, such cases where there could be episodes both of external and internal corruption, how they are going to be investigated. The incidents of external corruption will be investigated effectively according to the new model, which envisages some autonomous manner, and internal corruption will not be de facto investigated, so to say, using the simple language, simple words. Secondly, to our opinion, in some time it will be obvious that this law will be dead. if it is focused only on such dimension of external corruption. Because, you know, the number of cases when Ukrainian business corrupts someone abroad, we will not have many of them. We don't have such economy. We don't have transnational corporations which constantly work on external markets. We don't have many of them, and it means that we will not have so many such cases. And it means that it's quite a high risk that this reform will unfortunately not happen at all. Secondly, our position is the following. The commercial corruption, I mean corruption in the private sector, also should follow this new model, both as a corruption in the public sector. Because, you know, that's the same type of offense, and it can't be regulated in different ways. The important thing, and here I would like to mention the alternative draft law, because it envisages actually this thing, it covers also internal corruption. That's why I would like to focus your attention on this alternative draft law. That's about deals with the investigation in this category of cases. We call for establishing of this institution, of this mechanism, because it's also about saving efforts of the state. It's also how to follow the best practice of the OECD, because OECD proved it that thanks to deals with investigation, you can have some saving of efforts and resources for the state. And in such a way, through this mechanism, the compliance, the culture of compliance is also developed, because the sanctions and the option of a deal with investigation, which is not only financial sanctions, but also envisages some other ideas, some steps that should be performed by business in order to improve the situation. For example, to initiate the compliance programs, to structurize the business in a relevant manner, to make some changes how to work with subcontractors and so on. For now, it's not envisaged by the draft law, but we urge to develop such norms. Also, there could be some softening factors. It also complies with best practices of the OECD countries. For example, if the organization reports about an offense by itself, independently, if they have effective compliance programs, if the organization voluntarily compensates all expenditures and all losses, it should be taken into account when the court makes a decision. Also, we would like to mention that some provisions of the draft law or draft laws shall be also additionally revised from the perspective of the actions and measures of how to ensure the process, which to our opinion are excessive in some cases and could lead to negative outcomes, not only for a certain business entity, but also for the economy or the economic field or the whole country at all. For example, there are such measures which prevent business to use its own assets, or to prevent business to have significant transactions and so on. So, if it happens on the stage of the pre-trial investigation or pre-trial proceedings, when the signs of offense are not proven, we think that such measures are excessive and could lead to abuse of powers and to high pressure over business. We would like to say thank you to rgіogіtіes for leading this difficult cause. So thank you that you are ready to make amendments to the draft law we have heard today. From our side, we are ready to be engaged, not only with and through some critics or proposals, but we are ready to contribute in the process of drafting some provisions, because we would like to have it as real changes to the system rather than to some formal solutions to formally solve the situation. Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Going next, European Business Association is also one of the biggest unions of businesses in Ukraine. We would like to hear their opinion and the opinion of their members. That's why we would like to give floor to Ms. Anna Derevianko. Thank you. Yes, indeed. The European Business Association represents more than 900 companies which have integrity. And to prove what Madam Ternova has mentioned, we can say that such businesses know and do and capable to carry out business in Ukraine without briberies. They keep working in Ukraine during the wartime and keep supporting our economy. I could also say that the fight against corruption, or the anti-corruption domain, you don't need to speak a lot about it, because corruption is among top 3 biggest problems which businesses face, and it's one of the top priorities among our calls for the state institutions regarding establishing of the relevant, effective way to fight corruption. 55% of our companies say that the fight against corruption is not quite effective, actually. And here we have some space for improvement. Nor pandemic, nor full-scale invasion undervalued and stopped and suspended the demand of society to fight the corruption. We also asked our members, do they feel that there are any changes in fighting corruption in the state authorities? 62% of our companies think that the level of corruption has not changed. 28% reported that it has increased, and only 10% mentioned that it decreased. That's why that's definitely space for improvement. In this regard, joining the OECD Convention is perceived very positively by business, because it's a good declaration on intentions. It's a good movement towards the fact that to fight corruption is not just on words, but in real actions. And I would like to support what Lana mentioned, that we need not only to declare about it, but we need to make such mechanism to be feasible, which they indeed lead to real changes. For us Ukrainians, we need to say that yes, we have either no corruption or we have a significant decrease in corruption. We also say that this is an important element of our integration movement of Ukraine, and this is also about needs of recovery. Our needs of recovery constitute millions, hundreds of millions of euro, and those millions will come to us only if we manage to establish relevant, appropriate system of law enforcement authorities, and if we manage to overcome the challenge which is mentioned as the #1 challenge by all investors. Ms. Nishkina mentioned very well all those nuances. In the draft law 11443, yes, indeed, we were engaged into work on this draft law, and yes, separately, thank you for it. And actually business, I mean at least the business which is members of European Business Association, so we are inclined to support the draft law in the compromise version, where different opinions of different stakeholders are taken into consideration. And yes, indeed, I think that this compromised draft law will be adopted. So what this draft law has in terms of compromises of different opinions, different stakeholders. So here we think that it's extremely important to implement efficient mechanisms and protective mechanism to protect business. We also need to envisage a mechanism of prevention of abuse of judicial authorities and implementing authorities. Also, it's extremely important to understand for legal entities that we have some physical persons that could be under suspension rather than that's a whole legal entity which is under suspicion. So we need to regulate the period of pre-trial investigations. There are some other details also. I don't think that we need to mention them right now in this audience, because all these issues have been raised and discussed in the working group meetings. To wrap up, I could say that everything is in our hands. Everything is feasible. We are, as an association, are always ready to give you our hand, our shoulder in this work of the anti-corruption authorities. It's so great that we are moving so insistently in this anti-corruption process and in establishing of the corruption. So it's extremely important in order to achieve some outcomes. And again, I underline, we are as business, we will do our best to support our economy to keep working even during this full-scale invasion of Russia against Ukraine in order for our country to withstand and win. Thank you. Thank you for your speech. Now, we have heard positions of all parties from Ukraine. We have heard positions of the state authorities, of the business, of the secretariat of the working group, which participated in development of this draft laws. But now, it's also interesting for us to find out an opinion of a person whose name is on the law which covers also integrity issues in the private sector. That was a law which is envisaged establishment of the Anti-Corruption Agency of France, which also is responsible for compliance. That law helped to create effective mechanism of bringing legal entities for criminal responsibility and including following and the prosecution of big enterprises and corporations. This law also made it possible to have such cases as the case of Airbus company. Now I would like to learn about the opinion of Mr. Michel Sapin, former Minister of Finance of France, regarding what were his conclusions upon today's discussions. What advices could he give to us based on his experience in France? What shall we do? What shall we pay our special attention to? And how shall we build the support and coalition in order to move forward and do these reforms? Thank you. Thank you to everyone. I will wait for a second for everyone to have interpretation. Thank you, the organizers, for invitation. It's so nice to be here. And in such a way, I would like also to express my support. I have listened to all discussions with great attention, because actually I'm not going to give you any advices, but I would like to share the experience of France, the European, international experience of France, which could be useful for Ukraine in this process of joining the OECD and its integration process into the EU. Because, you know, it's a huge task to fight corruption on different levels. I could only share some practical stories from the process which happened in France. France has adopted quite a long time ago draft laws on the matter which has been already mentioned today about the responsibility of legal entities. My political career was started when I was quite young. At that time, this notion was quite new for France. I mean, those criminal proceedings. This topic was raised on the table back to 1991. We have inherited the criminal code from the Napoleon age. Could you just imagine it? So it was a huge draft law which was adopted and approved in 1995 regarding the accession process to the OECD. In 1999, so the convention was drafted and France participated in drafting of these texts. As now, we are urging to join the convention. You make your efforts, you change your laws. In this convention, there are some specific peculiarities which have already been mentioned by the OECD representatives that they are going to review periodically the status of each country in order to understand how the text on the paper indeed corresponds to implementation of those promises in reality. Yeah, that's why we found ourselves in quite a difficult situation, because in 2010, 2012, 2013, 2014, the working group of the OECD actually reviewed the situation in France and told us that, yeah, as usual, French people have ideal text of the law on paper, everything is good, everything is wonderful, but, you know, the only thing, French enterprises can't be indicted for corruption abroad because the key goal of the law actually to make it possible. And our American friends correspondingly prosecuted also, and actually there were at least 13 French enterprise functions there. So they said that, yeah, the draft law text is good, but, you know, the reality is that this law doesn't work. Why doesn't work? Not because judges were so good regarding those perpetrators, or police was good regarding them, towards them, and not because our enterprises were more corruptive than others, but yeah, some of them were like this, but because it was so difficult, extremely difficult to prove corruption based on such provisions of the law, when
it is hard to prove the corruption of a commissioner, it's really hard because you need to track the origin of funds. Sometimes it can be done if you know how to do it, and that was the objective actual for that our actions. So that's why we needed to introduce the plan for prevention of corruption. Because prevention is better than treatment, and much more important is to prevent corruption than deal with its effects. That's why that's what was the biggest novelty in the new law. What was happening under the monitoring of the OECD was that they started to punish the corruptionists, and as a result the law was very much effective. In particular for the prevention of corruption abroad. As a result, a lot of enterprises were brought to liability regardless of the territories they were located at. Next point that I wanted to tell you, maybe you don't know it, but still I'll tell you that the SAPO law is applied at other territories as well, and I'm saying it for you to understand that the mechanism of the OECD covers the people who bear responsibility in France for the acts of corruption that were conducted, in particular by the parent company in France, if they are located, let's say, in Ukraine. So as a result, this parent company can be brought to responsibility in France for the facts of corruption committed by its branch abroad, because the law covers all the enterprise that is based in France. For example, I know that like Crédit Agricole operates in Ukraine. At least I saw their offices in Kyiv. So if something like that happened, then the French parent company would be brought to responsibility. So to avoid corruption and foster solidarity and responsibility, but for quite a while, the corruption in France was totally huge and terrible. And if it happened somewhere else, then people say, well, that was being done in the interest of France, and as a result, that was deducted from the taxes as expenditure. It was a commercial type of corruption, like to get foray into an international market, a foreign market. As a result, the OECD Corruption Convention was not observed, and it was happening abroad, although it was happening in France. And actually, that was something that happened all over the world, and we needed some sort of solidarity to overcome it, because there are no countries that have no corruption. We just needed to make sure that the people who are subject to French government, so that they could be prosecuted, and that what we managed to do. And the last point that I want to say in my statement, sorry for taking so long. Just like you did it in the OECD, by observing the standards of the OECD, you are coming closer to the EU standards. This is actually the same job. And I will just repeat that other speaker, not because the OECD is a place of just human virtues, but because this is a place of common values. So I think this is the same exercise for you, which is also important. And again, another thing for you, which is a priority now, is that this will have its effect in Ukraine. It will help to fight corruption, because fighting corruption amongst businesses is hugely important, because there are facts of corruption not only between the government and enterprises. There is corruption also between the businesses, and that also has negative effects. So we need to fight corruption on this level as well in Ukraine amongst the businesses and among business and governments, and all the tools that the OECD is offering are very much effective to fight corruption on your territory. And it's not only about convention and some sort of external standards. The more you use effective instruments, the better you can respond to all these challenges we're facing today, and you can do it in the future. So this is what I can say about the French experience. To wrap it up, I can say that the OECD indeed took a lot of effort in the past, and we in particular included the experience of France there. 0 French companies have been indicted, over 30 were prosecuted, in particular in the US they were punished since our membership, and it was really uncomfortable for our country. I wasn't happy back then as a Minister of Finance, but we needed to do something. And today no French company is being prosecuted in the US for corruption, and over 20 French companies, at least, like Airbus, for example, that used to be prosecuted, and they were punished because of corruption. As a result, the French Anti-Corruption Bureau is very well established now, and it's on top level in the area of fighting corruption, which means that we are on the level where we fully meet what OECD tells us. Certainly we shouldn't be complacent. We need to continue introducing this convention. It's a difficult path to take, but it is needed, and needed for your country under your conditions, and it's needed for the restoration of economic growth in Ukraine, that will certainly prevail.
Дякую, пане Степан, за вашу надзвичайно цікаву доповідь, за ваш з нами. Я сподіваюся.
Thank you very much for sharing with us your support and sharing with us your practices. Thank you for coming to us today and for the opportunity to have met our colleagues over these 2 days.
підтримати слова пана Мішеля стосовно того, що
I want to support Michelle that indeed we need prevention. We need to focus on prevention more. And in this context, I think we should talk more and highlight the work of our digitalization ministry that works to make sure that corruption can't emerge. And we have this digital cooperation between the people, between the businesses and the government. This is a solid foundation to cut the corruption short. And also the business will act the way you allow them to act. If there are there is no normal framework established, then the business will support them and stay within the framework. The key objective is to ensure the judiciary, proper operation of judiciary, that will be a powerful agent to enforce the framework. If there is no framework and no due adequate judiciary, the only hope is certainly that we will have a digitalized nation, but still we will always come across situations when we say every time that the corruption is there and the government nothing is changing. So our demand for zero tolerance to corruption is important, but the necessary infrastructure that will ensure the fight against corruption is also important. No effective change is possible without effective feedback. So I want to offer you for a short Q&A session. If you have any questions to our dear panelists, please ask them. We have colleagues with microphones in this room. They are prepared to talk to you. We will be happy to listen to your questions and we provide you with answers. Good afternoon. Thank you for this event. I'm Volodymyr Shevchuk, analyst from the Union of Ukrainian Businessmen. I want to ask Lana this question. You spoke about the bargaining agreement, at the stage when the perpetrator was identified. Maybe we need to think about making that kind of bargaining agreement impossible if high level officials are involved in corruption. Actually, yes, we fully advocate for this plea bargaining. So that we could have it in the legislation, and we presented the first draft that had this norm, and now the alternative draft law also has this kind of norm prescribed. We have a couple of remarks or proposals about this mechanism, but it should be provided. So for certainly this is the best practice of all the OECD nations that comply with these standards. And we are not that a rich country to launch law enforcement without this mechanism. It's way too expensive. And we think that in Ukraine this mechanism would work not only when the perpetrator pleads guilty, but when he doesn't plead guilty as well. I think this practice also works in different nations. And let's adopt the best practices. That's our position, so that we don't stay complacent with just something minimum requirements. We really want, and the OECD nations are on that level already that we strive for. And there is a really fantastic set of practices already established, and we really need to be smart and adopt them instead of doing something of our own that would just meet the minimal requirements and will lead to nowhere. Thank you. I want to refer this question, if you don't mind, to the head of SAPO, because we want to listen to your opinion about such a plea bargaining agreement. So is it possible from the prosecutor's point of view? Well, there are already criminal measures regarding illegal persons. So this year we had the first example when the representative of legal entity provided bribery for certain permits for its business, and the bribery was given to a public official. Autonomous responsibility in the case is not possible, only common responsibility, but we have this example. So the legal entity was fined for several million hryvnia. So that was the plea bargaining that we have come across. But what the draft law suggests, it's much better because it also sets forth the autonomous responsibility. And I think, yes, we need to talk about the liability of a legal person without the connection to the liability of a natural person, because the person who gave a bribe can try to hide from the prosecution, and in this case it would be easier to apply this institution. And the SAPO and me personally, we support the development of this institute of plea bargaining agreements with both natural persons and legal persons, and we are asking the Parliament to support the best practices of the implementation of the plea bargaining agreements institute. More questions? Volodymyr Monastir, International Law from Dentons. I like what Hannah said, that corruption needs to be prevented. It's really hard to fight it. My question to Danilo, rather, whether the government is planning to introduce the oversight over the expenses of citizens, not only public officials, but just citizens. Like there is a transaction of $20,000 or $30,000, and so that the transactions, information about them should be referred immediately to the tax authorities. And if something is wrong, then the person has 3 months to provide explanation. If not, then there should be some measures taken, and then 6 months later, if nothing happens, then there should be some fine imposed and some other sanctions involved. It's called indirect tax control methods. It's not something that we came up with. The US and other countries have been doing that for a while. I support this approach strongly. And we have it already in our state revenue strategy, but I think it should be introduced after the martial law is lifted. I think no one could, no MP could raise his hand to approve that kind of decision, and probably there are reasons for that. As to the transparency and openness of incomes and expenditures, well, this is just mundane European practice, because when we talk about modernization recovery, it's not only about fantastic roads and high standards of living, but it's also about the responsibilities that a citizen bears, in particular payment of taxes. So this is something that our relatively young society still needs to understand if we want to join the civilized world. More questions from the room? I'm Olena Ptashenchuk. I represent a business in Odessa for container transshipments. We have German investment in the authorized stock. Prevention, indeed, is hugely important, and the Ukrainian business must understand that what an effective compliance system is all about. I'm a compliance officer. We have a really effective system in the company according to the German standards. But when I meet our colleagues from mid-sized business, they don't understand what an effective compliance system can look like, what kind of requirements can be, and how it's going to be assessed by appropriate authorities. There are very different requirements to private businesses, like depending on the number of employees, there should be some minimum set of standards. It can be either just one analyst or a special department that will control it. We don't have the definition of the compliance officer. We don't have the compliance investigation definition on the legislative level. And we needed to be able to carry out it effectively. And we as compliance officers are not defended, are not protected in this, and we need to discuss it, because what should other businesses do? Not big ones, but mid-sized ones.
I will try to answer this question. Yeah, first of all, I fully agree with you, and this is our position also, that compliance as a obligation should be in the heart of all the deals with investigation, as the best practices of the OECD, and also should be a softening factor. If an organization has an effective compliance system, it should also decrease the level of sanctions, or if there is no effective compliance program or mechanism in the organization, it could also be envisaged in the deal with investigation at the final stage. So not only sanctions, but also to develop an effective compliance mechanism. It's also about making amendments to legislation. I think that should be done, initiated by the NACP. What is it? It's an effective compliance system. It also corresponds with best practices of the OECD countries. So to explain to business what it is, what it should comprise of, and so on. But if it's not envisaged in the key, in these main laws, this deal with investigation and the list of sanctions, then there will be no preconditions to improve this mechanism. Yeah, I would like to add that yes, actually, so many different organizations have already developed their compliance mechanisms. We can see it also on the example of our organizations, but also we can see that even despite of the fact that, according as Danilo mentioned, statistics shows some good figures, but when we communicate with our organizations, we just confirm to each other that yes, indeed, so the movement towards harsher de-shadowing starts, and the quality of laws, the quality of policies also impacts on it. And here I would like to underline the responsibility of our MPs, of our leadership of the state, because they could either create conditions for the lack of corruption in our country, or create opportunities, or so to say stimuluses for our organizations to move into shadow in order to survive. That's why I think we need to listen to business more, because, you know, very often businesses give bribes not intentionally, or they go into shadow not intentional. They just want to survive, and in order to survive, they face such issues. And again, about shadowing, many companies just fail this competitiveness nature with other organizations. Danilo knows it very well, because we communicated on it very much, because, you know, transparent business knows about it very well, because it wants to survive. But I'm sure that if together with the state we develop these fair rules of games, there will be less space for corruption. That's why, dear Danilo, responsibility is on you and your colleagues. So I would like to comment. Actually, I'm so happy, and I so value that finally business publicly and in harsh manner formulates requirements for the authorities to create unified single conditions for their commercial activities. And I think that it's very important that it happens specifically now, when the draft law on increase of taxes is submitted to the Verkhovna Rada by the committee. And I think the business has understood that these taxes, and the same as others, going to be paid by diligent businesses. And those who avoid paying taxes, they will gain again a new benefit from the state in the form of additional marginality because of this gap in paying taxes. And this requirement to the state to implement its most important function in the business sector, namely to ensure equal rules of game, equal working conditions, equal tax-paying conditions for everyone, is very often raised consciously by different businesses, small, medium, and big, and those which create systems. And it's extremely important because business should demand it from the state, because the de-shadowing is of more interest for business rather than for state, because business will get future from it. Business working in shadow has no future at all, because legally such business doesn't exist. That's why, indeed, those steps which we are doing, which we are making, sometimes, let's be frank, sometimes we do it in harsh manner, breaking some domains, economic domains and sectors, just in small fragments. But we need to do it. I'm so thankful for the support. That's what I've been doing since 2019. Now it's already a trend, and I'm so happy. Thank you. Let's support it first. Let's make this wave, which will take us out on the new level. I would like to give time to everyone, and also thank you so much for our interpreters for their work. Just a few words about the importance of prevention. That's a crucial component to be effective when you fight corruption, to be effective in order to avoid corruption. And it happens when you use a relevant mechanism, which is called the compliance mechanism, according to rules which allow to see in appropriate level what is happening, to work with clients, with subcontractors, suppliers according to these rules, and to put on those clients and suppliers fulfillment of some functions in order to fight corruption there. And I insist on it because, yes, again, that this is the difference between the big enterprise, which is in contact with foreign investors, French investors, German investors. They know that they should fulfill some duties, because if not, then they will fail to meet this criteria. But we have small enterprises. In France, again, the duties are created in order to prevent corruption in such enterprises. And if they have more than 100 million euro in the world trade turnover, then such rules should be applied regarding them. Also, there's a huge number of small and medium enterprises which are not included in the list of application of such rules. But I need also to mention that such enterprises, big enterprises with which we work, they have so many different duties and obligations which they should fulfill in the anti-corruption sector regarding the suppliers and subcontractors. So it's also about this wave of showing to other participants to the market how to work and how to be in the same level, same waves. Here I'm speaking about anti-corruption culture, big anti-corruption culture, which is going to strengthen more and more in the economic field. That's what happened in France. And again, back to then, we are not able to implement it for the whole range of enterprises, but such scale up of best practices also helps, specifically if we are speaking about the second law, SAPO number 2. I don't know whether there will be number 3 and number 4, but at least after the first law, there was such a positive change in order to increase some certainty of those French companies that were located on the territory of France. We have done what first was criticized a lot. The most important thing I would like to mention that's about the new draft law, when it was mentioned that it's so difficult, so on. But this was a new economic environment, new economic conditions for enterprises. Speaking about law number 2, there was more of economic support from different associations to business. We have said that we can't keep having such bad practices in France, because it's also bad for our business, for our commercial capacity. That's why it's extremely important for such enterprises, for such big associations and enterprises to come and support this wish in order to be further reflected in the law. Because, you know, the effective way how to dig into details, that's what I've heard today, that's extremely important to gain relevant advantages for the future. Thank you for your comments. Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear participants, unfortunately our time is over. That's why, first of all, I would like to say thank you to our panel speakers who managed to find their time and participate in this discussion, in this panel discussion. Thank you so much for visiting our event. Also, I would like to say special thank you to the US Embassy Unit for International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs for arranging this event. Also, we are so grateful for the Ambassador of France to Ukraine for arranging the visit of Mr. Michel Sapin, for being here. And also thank you so much for all our partners who participated in work of the Secretariat of our working group, who do their best to bring our accession to the OECD Convention closer. And thank you to the Media Center of Ukraine. Thank you. See you next time.